Wuhan, this is a big day for him here at the Wuhan Open as he attempts to reach his first ranking final. Xiao Guodong's been in 2 Shanghai Masters plus the shootout. They both played terrifically well. Long yesterday put Jack Lazowski to the sword. Of course, Xiao's had wins over several top names. Sean Murphy yesterday. He's got to do it all again. We saw Alan McManus is with me. We saw yesterday, Alan, Chris Wakelin, of course, came off the back of the performance against Ding. Couldn't quite back it up against Trump. So it'd be interesting to see if Xiao can produce a similar level to yesterday.
Yeah, that's a good point, David. A good start with a nice red, but yeah, it's going to be difficult for him to produce anything like that. We said the same yesterday, as you say, with Chris Wakelin, unfortunately for him, not coming through against Judd when it looked pretty much all match that he would get the best of the world #1 and defending champion. But I'm also looking forward to seeing Long Zehuang on the main table. Not been able to see him all week long. Obviously came through the draw, some good results, good performances. I think lots of our viewers, you won't have seen him play. Steady player, nothing flashy, but has a pretty good all-round game, and he'll certainly be competitive in this semi-final, albeit you have to imagine that Xiao Guodong here will be the favourite. I think it's quite a nice match-up for both of them, isn't it? Good pals and all that. So maybe the pressures that a semi-final brings won't quite be as strong as what you would normally expect.
Yeah, I mean, Xiao has been in a few semi-finals, but not normally as the favourite, so it's an interesting dynamic for him. I mean, last year in the British Open, he played Mark Selby, and Selby beat him 6-0 in no time at all. He didn't look at all at ease in that match, but maybe it'll be different today. Queenie Lou, the referee, spotted something on the cloth. Speaking of the cloth, the table has been recovered overnight, as you would expect. Now we're down to 1 table. Of course, Long has spent all week on the outside tables. His journey, of course, started in Leicester. It's ironic, he played his first match in Mark Selby's home city of Leicester and beat him from 4-1 down. Now he's in his own home city playing in the semi-finals. So it's been a long journey just to get here, but he's on home soil.
I think that has to be expected. It's both players jockeying for position, just getting a few safety shots in, loosen the arm. But I think when we get down to the match and get 2 or 3 frames in, I think Xiao Guodong would be the one, excuse me, that will certainly be the heavier scorer of the two. I know he has been all week, obviously, but I think it's also something that he'll be mindful of, not to give up any silly chances to his more inexperienced opponent. He's always been a good scorer, Xiao Guodong. Here's the first then attempted pot. Not easy. Decent effort.
Just the fact there's no other matches going on, no noise from other tables, just it feels different. All eyes on these two now. Xiao was so impressive though yesterday, just in that lovely groove. And even Murphy was sat, wasn't he, in his seat applauding. Nothing more he could do, really.
One.
Well, it was a nice little kiss, actually. Nice pop. And he just flicks off the reds a second time, and he's on the blue.
Six.
I think both of them are quite similar in the way that they cue at the ball. And again, nothing flashy with it. The kind of style of both players on the shot, but Xiao Guodong has got, I think, quite a bit more natural ability that gets through the ball. I think a little better than his opponent. Just awkward at the moment with the black pretty much out of commission, isn't it? Likewise the pink, so not a great scoring chance just yet.
Seven. Xiao Guodong. Seven.
Yeah, one or two early nerves. David mentioned the new cloth. That can happen if you're going to miss early on. You tend to miss them thick because the cue ball pushes in a fraction thicker on a brand new cloth.
One.
You get a small indication of what sort of player he is by his shot selection here. Some players, not that many, would have a good long hard look at the green, but I mean he glanced at it, but it's never really a consideration. He's not overly aggressive. Mind you, looking at the pot and the brown, So credit to him, trying to make something happen. This is a tough one. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That is super.
Just looking to settle down. Remember, it's only his second season on tour. Didn't pull up too many trees last year, but he was still obviously learning his way. But at the start of this season, he got to the last group of the Championship League, which is a ranking event. Will be in Belfast, but not at the International Championship. He's not qualified for that. But were he to win this tournament, then he gets in Champion of Champions, the Players Series, all of that stuff is on the horizon. And also, it's a few months away, just literally staying on the tour, which you do if you're in the top 64. He's currently 70. But obviously with the big first prize, it'd be no problem. 140,000 it is for winning here.
Let's
see with this one, if he plays the red near the pink spot, he missed the very same shot actually against Jack Lazowski in frame 3 that I remember. It's not easy, so yeah, it's a testy one because bringing plenty of reds into play. I just remember that shot distinctly. He didn't get the cue ball spinning back as well as some other players. Let's see how he gets on with this one. Yeah, pretty good.
12.
But you can see there he doesn't, he doesn't work the cue ball as well as someone like Jack Lazowski, but super straight cueist. I just like the fact now that he's playing the pink. I mean, the blue's a certain pot, the pink's not so much, but just like the way that he's playing this. Shot selection-wise, is quite aggressive early on. That's a good sign.
18.
I do think first frames can be
19.
significant, just in terms of showing your opponent how you're feeling. If he takes this chance here, then Xiao will see, okay, you're up for this. You're not overawed, you're not nervous. Xiao's already had a chance himself that went wrong.
$24.
It's a little pacey, that last one.
Yeah, it's quite a bad mistake, wasn't it, considering that there were 2 reds on offer. I mean, he's overcooked the cue ball by 12, 18 inches, so... Self-inflicted pressure. You see there how far he's overrun the cue ball.
$25.
Just kept on running, doesn't it, with the yellow just off its spot below it. This is quite a nasty one. That's where I say I don't think he's a natural sort of scorer. He doesn't he doesn't flow. It's quite stop-start. So again, staying aggressive. And not this time. That's a great chance gone a begging.
25.
Yeah, maybe the pace of the table just caught him out there, just lost his weight. But it's Xiao, of course, who's been playing on this table. So if anything, it'll be him that notices the difference. Already here, he's come a little far for the blue. I suspect Xiao Guodong was perfectly happy with the cloth yesterday, the way he played on it.
Five.
Quite a noisy venue. This, you know, the
Six.
noise is off. It just carries. It's a bigger venue than last year. I thought last year's venue actually was really good because a little bit like the Crucible, it looked full. Whereas here we've had kind of the same number of people, but it's a much bigger venue, so you notice empty seats. There's been lots of people here. It's just a big venue. But anyway, that big noise didn't seem to put him off.
Eleven. $12.
Well, that's the best shot of the match so far because he's given himself a decent opportunity. He'll certainly, you would imagine, get contact on the pink. And the shape of them, they look as if they would split nicely, so looking for a full contact. No pace. Very good. Excellent shot. They just had that nice look to them, the four reds. Any sort of decent contact, they were going to spread. So this has now become a decent chance to win the frame, providing this red drops in. It's a bit thinner than it looks on the screen there, but one that you should get.
$18.
It's kind of what I was driving at a few minutes ago. He's a more of a natural scorer than his opponent. That's a good shot. That's clever. Well played.
23.
Points level, but Xiao Guodong a big favourite now. He's got them where he wants them.
$24.
I think he's always had a sort of calmness about him. Maybe at times, and the two are linked, he's just lacked a bit of aggression at the right time. But from the brink of going 3-0 down to Corin Wilson, the way he turned that match around, the way he's played since, he's been very, very impressive. Yesterday, obviously, was the standout performance. But even against Barry Hawkins, in the round before, backing up the win against Wilson.
29.
I thought he was really good.
Oh, that could not have finished in a worse spot. I don't even think the pink's an option now. It's going to be too awkward, and blue's no good, obviously, and I don't think he's even on the yellow. It could be end of break. Yeah, nothing doing. Pink's just not an option. Look at the yellow, so perhaps he can get through, but do well to get the cue ball back down this end. Yeah, at any pace on these tables, the pockets have been a bit more generous this week, but always tricky, that. So a chance for Long that I'm pretty sure a couple of minutes ago he wasn't expecting.
One.
And that really should win him this first frame now. Nothing to do, yellow waiting. Finished absolutely where you would want to.
Six. Eight. 11.
Big step up to play in your first semi-final, but he's playing someone he knows well. He knows Xiao's game, he knows his strengths and his weaknesses. And he's looking here in frame one to pounce on the chance that came when Xiao went wrong. He was in nicely when he got those three reds into play. He looked a big favourite. So 13 in front, 13 on is pink to take the first frame of the semi-final. Long Zehuang on home soil in Wuhan.
And the frame, Long Zehuang.
Delighted to get that chance to make the steal. His friends and family are going to be sitting nervously today, watching proudly as well. They'll be happy with the start he's made. Long way to go, of course. It's best of 11 now, first to 6. The winner plays Judd Trump or Wei. That should be a very entertaining match here tonight. I'm sure Judd is just very relieved to still be here after yesterday's drama. And Wei had a good win over Zhang Anda, who, as we know, is very difficult to beat these days. They did play those two in the German Masters final last season. Trump got the win there. Meantime, there was no previous meetings between Xiao Guodong and Long Zehuang, but that's the tail of the tape. Of course, both looking for their first title. Xiao's been going, of course, longer on tour. Heavy score, though, isn't he? Look at that centuries. Of course, 3 yesterday, 267. He's already had 12 this season. 29 in the world. He has been as high as 19. I was looking at the rankings. I don't think he can quite get in the top 16, actually, even winning it, but he'd be very close. But it's not just about that. It's about getting the trophy and all the confidence, and indeed the spin-offs that would come from that. But right now it's about getting to the final, and he is a frame adrift. Long is a 70, as I say, by end of season needs to be top 64, and clearly the run he's had here points to very strong likelihood that that will happen.
The second frame, Xiao Guodong to break.
So Xiao Guodong had a very good chance to win the opening frame, but it went to Zehuang in his best of 11 semi-final in Wuhan. Be interesting to see as well in the next couple of days whether the high break is beaten. It's currently 139, and there are 6 players, unprecedented, tied for it. So they're going to have to carve up that 5,000 between them as it stands, unless someone can make a 140 plus.
Yeah, well played. It's become a big feature of snooker in the last 5 or 10 years, just that shot, isn't it? I know it's always been there, I understand that, but you know, players, when they don't have a return, are very good at that, because they know, even if they do leave this red along the end cushion, it's far from a sitter. So much snooker on TV these days, obviously, and younger players learn just by watching. You know, that's sometimes a good ploy. Yeah, he should get this, but not easy. There you go. You know, there's a bit of pressure on it because you play the initial safety, which was top quality. Your opponent kind of leaves you that one. You think, I was hoping for something a bit easier. little bit of inexperience there. Got to keep the cue ball in the left half of the brown to stop this straightforward return. It's quite a bad shot that by Long. Of course, that's the kind of thing that happens. All right, it's a bit fortunate, yes, but kind of put himself in this position.
Caught that one nicely. If Long were to win today, he would become the 15th Chinese player to reach a ranking final. Because we saw WUHAN recently at the English Open become the 14th.
This is high tariff if he's playing thin off the two together. Oh, that's a fantastic shot. That really is. Well worth the tap on the table. May not get any reward going side cushion and rest on the left-hand red, but that was a brilliant shot. Well, he must be going for the pot, but I don't think there's many. Even top players would even consider taking this on. Wow, what a pot that is.
One.
Yeah, is actually as good a shot as you'll ever see on the tour from anyone.
6.
Yeah, so a bit of a shot maker, isn't he? Long. Now this is a decent chance if he can make sure the pot. It's tricky, this. Yeah, it's tricky. He's also one of those players, I'm sure you know, watching at home, he's quite a difficult read, hasn't he, as a player? A bit of a box of tricks. You don't quite know what you're going to get from him. Shot selection is quite funky, I would say.
One. Six. Seven.
Well, after the disappointment of failing to secure the first frame when he was in a nice position, he's just looking to settle down, I guess, here, settle into the match. Get some table time, some confidence. One of those players, you know, he's sort of been knocking on the door a little bit for a few years without quite making that next step up, which of course is to win a tournament.
Yeah, the only thing with that shot, he kind of didn't play one or t'other. I thought, you know, if you're going to play a cannon, use a bit more pace. He kind of played a sort of, well, I'll maybe cannon them and hopefully not lose the cue ball too much. It was kind of, he didn't in the end really play anything, I guess. And, you know, you could say he's a wee bit unfortunate, but in all honesty, the way he played it was a bit hesitant, I thought.
10.
I do wonder if a dynamic today is the fact that Xiao's favourite, which he hasn't been really all week. He's played, you know, big hitters, the world champion Kyron Wilson, Barry Hawkins, Sean Murphy. And because of those wins, and because of the respective status with him and Long, he's the favourite here, and that can bring its own pressures, particularly if in his own mind he's favourite as well, and sensing a big chance.
See, I think part of the problem that Xiao has at the moment, because of the style of game he's playing against, there's no rhythm to the match. It's a bit stop-start. They both had 2 or 3 chances each, but not making any big numbers, so you're kind of getting he won't be worried at the moment, but you know, he's missed a few silly mistakes. And that'll do very nicely. But you get the point, you know, he doesn't flow. Neither player do, actually, unless they're in, you know, with the reds at their mercy and then the kind of scoring stakes. It's a bit stop start, and it's difficult to. It's almost a bit like when you play players like that. You feel like it's almost like playing doubles. I know we don't do that very often, but you feel like you're not getting many chances at the table, and good chances are few and far between.
As I say, for a relatively new pro, he's not a teenager. We used to very young players coming on tour. He'll be 28 in December. Back in 2015, he actually won the World 9-ball junior title. So pool was his game then. Ooh.
Zehuang, 7.
So yeah, stop start I think is an accurate description. Both getting chances, aren't they? But just not quite doing the business.
Not in stroke yet. Guodong, he looks very, see the concern on his face there, kind of desperate to just finish nicely on any red. He's always got these little short, little cutbacks, blind, and not into stroke yet. Again, another thin cut back, and this pink is super thin. Just can't get something easy.
It's a big shot, isn't it, with all the reds spread far and wide now. No, it was never in that, was it?
Xiao Guodong, 9.
No, and the arm, the bridge arm moved just before he struck the cue ball, so that's a telltale sign that the pressure's biting him pretty hard at the minute. It's a completely different game, as David rightly said. This game's hard enough, but when you're supposed to win, which is kind of the vibe of this match at the outset of it, and Xiao Guodong will know that, obviously. It's not easy when you're supposed to do something. It doesn't happen automatically. And this is his kind of shot, such a straight cueist. There you go. Lovely shot.
1.
There have been players actually down the years, and I'm talking going way, way back. I'm not saying Long is exactly like this, but there are players that are quite good at making their opponents struggle. You know, I know that shouldn't really be the case, but he's kind of got something of that, Long, because it's very bitty, isn't it? No rhythm to the match in any way so far. Oh dear. Dear, dear, dear.
Zehuang, 1.
Well, can either one sort of pull themselves together? It's a very nervy start. Big match in a big tournament.
1.
And a big stage for these two who are not that used to it. Even Guodong has been in a couple of finals. This is only his 7th semi-final in a ranking tournament. But at some point, surely somebody's going to sort of grab the match by the scruff of the neck, and that might translate to their opponent then.
Five. Six.
Just outwardly, the body language.
13.
You know, he looks a little inhibited, doesn't he? You can tell a lot from a player sort of walk around the table. That was a good solid pot, though.
14.
Yeah, he's not the most demonstrative character anyway, to be fair to him. As I say, he's got a nice calm about the way he plays. If he can just win the frame here, then he might just settle into this match.
Sixteen. 17.
It's just, that's not a good shot.
22.
He'll consider himself unlucky to flick the black, but he should not be flirting with it in any way. That is a really bad shot on the verge of finally getting a stress-free visit. Yeah, puff of the cheeks, a big sigh. So it tells a story. You see, but again, just on that rhythm thing, he's not the sort of player, unless he's got an easy chance, Xiao. He walks round to the next shot and doesn't play it immediately. He walks round and kind of stands there. So every shot is a bit of an event. Good recovery.
23.
But stopped in his tracks again. It's end the break, barring a long blue, which I don't think he's going to entertain.
Yellow. Xiao Guodong, 23.
Well, he's got himself 28 in front. Would have obviously like to have continued. Well, one good pot, and he's a heavy favourite for the frame. But that is not it.
And has he left the cut back? Yes, he has. It's just not happening for him. Xiao Guodong.
One.
Yeah, that'll do nicely. I think pretty sure the brown will pass the corner. If it does, he's in business with one good positional shot. There's every chance he could pinch this.
Five. Six.
That's poor. That really is a bad shot. He's put himself
13.
under pressure. This is thinner than it looks on screen. I've seen a few shots already today missed thick because of this brand new cloth. This is, yeah, you see it there. This is a candidate for the same thing. Yeah, much too thick.
Zehuang, 13.
Yeah, the pattern continues, I'm afraid.
Well, highest break in this match, just 30. It's been full of errors so far. There's the frame time here, half an hour. You could just see the potting angle.
1.
So now, golden chance to win his first frame. (16 points in front, 19 with the green. So yellow and green should be one each.
4. 6. 9. 13.
Well, there have been a lot of errors, but the main thing for Xiao is just to get on the scoreboard and build himself into this match. He's not been in any way outplayed yet. Long,
18.
of course, won the opening frames, polished some nice balls, but hasn't really controlled things since. Can either
24.
one step up, I guess, is the question. In
And
what's
the frame,
been an
Xiao
edgy
Guodong.
start to the first semi-final here in Wuhan, but Xiao Guodong, the main thing for him is that he's levelled up. So first to 6 reaches the final against Judd Trump or Wei, and we're all square at 1 each. So, of course, it's been quite a long week here just to get to the semi-final stage. And we can show you how the players have got through. Xiao Guodong's been very impressive, particularly those 3 wins. Andrew Paget he beat in his first match here, then Corin Wilson. I mean, that was a very eventful match where he looked certain to go 3-0 down, and Corin actually from 4-2 down had 2 centuries in a row, but Xiao Guodong won a nervy last frame. Very solid win then against Barry Hawkins, never easy to beat. And of course yesterday, 3 centuries on the spin. Wonderful performance against Sean Murphy. Long Zehuang, Dylan Emery 5-2, then 5-0 over Jackson Page, 5-3 over Ben Wollaston. That was a long old match, but yesterday really the dominant player against Jack Lazowski, who was very disappointing, very poor actually. 5-1 there to Long. But of course, in round 1, as I say, in Leicester, before they got to Wuhan, he beat Mark Selby from 4-1 down, 5-4. So in many ways, that was the biggest win for him of the tournament. Yeah, they both played some good stuff. They're just trying to find that level as they step up into the semi-final. So it's all square. It's been stop-start stuff really between Xiao Guodong and Long Zehuang, but let's see if things improve in frame 3. Referee Queenie Lou just asking for a bit of hush. Although it's not been a tournament with a lot of hush. As I say, it's quite a loud venue. Just you get this sometimes. Sound carriers. Of course, our next venue on tour, the Waterfront Hall, that really is a lovely venue in the centre of Belfast. We'll be with you for all 8 days of the Northern Ireland Open, starting a week on Sunday. Judd Trump defending that one as well, as he seems to in a lot of tournaments these days. Of course, he is the defending champion here. Actually, I mean, we'll talk about this during that event, but Neil Robertson, I know, is very determined to try and win that, because he would become the first player to have won all 4 home nations, to have the 4 trophies named after the various legends. Alex Higgins, of course, in Northern Ireland.
Give us a chance maybe to see the cue power of Xiao.
One.
10 out of 10. I suppose both elements of it. He clearly played it with a bit of safety in mind. Brilliant pot. Trying his best he can to close off the right side cushion with the dab in behind the brown. Looks like he's made a good job of it, so this isn't a straightforward escape. Perhaps he has that option. Just take note of where the cue ball meets the cushion. Yeah, about 6 inches below it. You know, you always look at that for when it gets put back, which it will do. So I would say about 6 or 8 inches below the bump of the middle pocket was the line that he was able to play. This is where the referee always has to put her trust in the player, because it makes a big difference. I think on this occasion it's fair enough, because the line's there, no problem, 2 cushions. Just as well he got the first flick in the red, or he's bound to leave it.
Foul and miss. Zehuang 4.
Yeah, so he's not having it replaced. He's going to go on the attack. He pots a great ball, doesn't he? We've seen that already in the match. That was another one. But the question now is, can he put something substantial together, having got in? The highest break in this match is just 30. Well, he's already sort of chasing this break, isn't he? Again, this cue ball will be roaming a little as he attempts this cut back.
Five.
Now he's caught the blue. His highest break in the tournament he actually made yesterday, 94. So he's not actually made a century in this event. But that was in the first frame against Lazowski, which kind of set the pattern for the day ahead.
Eight.
Well, it's been hard work for 8 points. Now he's getting the spider out. Sort of almost inevitable the break was going to end at some point. He was just chasing position.
Zehuang 8.
Well, let's be honest, it's become a real struggle. Long has looked more confident, I think, in general. He just hasn't, when he's got in, controlled the cue ball. Xiao went for a big shot there, didn't strike it well.
One.
Yeah, we're still kind of waiting, aren't we, on someone taking some kind of stranglehold on the match.
8.
But as I said earlier, I do think the style of Long is having some effect on Xiao Guodong. The lack of flow to it. He's a difficult customer, this guy, to play against.
9.
Nah, that was a lovely shot, though. The one thing that's letting him down at the moment is his cue ball. His shot selection, you know, it's not the best I've ever seen, I'm just being honest, but he's got to try and improve his cue ball slightly to set up some of these chances. You know, getting plenty of them, both players actually. Yeah, well played. That's a better cue ball, and now it's a proper chance. He's kind of looking a bit
16.
disappointed. I don't know why. He's absolutely perfect. No, perhaps not. I mean, I thought he'd get through no problem to that red, but it seems to me, I don't know whether it's a standard of it, but the table obviously has been changed overnight. I do think these pockets are a little sharper than they've been all week long, especially with this type of shot. Along the cushion, they look tricky. Yeah, good pot.
I think they are a little tighter, and also the table's clearly playing really quick
17.
as well, so that's all contributing to the general standard, which you can also explain just because of the occasion. So you put it all together, it's not been great yet. It's not to say it won't be, though, as we go on and they adapt to conditions and just maybe relax a little bit more in themselves. I think Long is a confident character in general.
21.
Even earlier on in this frame, Xiao missed the reds, and it would be very easy just to put the cue ball back and hope for an easy chance or just another lot of penalty points. But he saw a long red and he fully committed to it.
Twenty-two.
Yeah, okay. He's still on this red. It's
29.
not easy. I was thinking there, dead straight in the black. Just maybe even hold the spot. Get the black up onto the blue spot would have made things certainly easier on this shot. So there's a wee bit of pressure on this. It's not a certainty. Should get it. Yeah, well done.
30.
Now, this is a proper scoring chance. Straightforward cannon. Yeah, this is more like the sort of chance that you want to have, the kind of thing you know, practice
37.
obviously every day. So, we're just seeing the first semblance of a bit of rhythm for either player.
38.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, they both struggle, but I think Long has looked, when he's been at the table, more confident. So if he can get a bit of control, which he seems to be close to doing, then maybe in the early stages he is favourite. He's not coming in with sort of scars of having lost finals and semi-finals. It's all new to him. Xiao here has been in a
45.
couple of finals, 4 of the semi-finals.
Forty-six.
Always look wide. I wasn't sure though, because as I say,
Zehuang,
the
46.
pockets have been a little generous this week. Maybe not now. So that was a really good chance, wasn't it, to win this third frame and win it with a decent break. And he only actually needed one more red.
One. Eight. Nine.
Yeah, that was well controlled, wasn't it? He'll know in the back of his mind, I mean, the present is the most important thing, this green in particular, but he'll know that if he can... Oh, that's a lovely shot. He'll know that if he can produce...
12.
Yeah, I don't know, he's dropping his head. I don't think there's any problem with this. I mean, it's easy enough to play it with the tracer right-hand side to throw that. I think it's an absolute certainty. He looks disappointed, but I don't think there's any danger here. I I don't know. I thought he could hit the red, no problem. Obviously, he's right behind the
Guodong,
cue, but
12.
again, a chance goes begging. What a chance it was as well.
Well, he surely won't get another one now because Long just needs red colour here.
The other thing about the shot he played on the green, if he was doubtful that he could get on the red, why did he play on it? Quite a strange one, but I thought he could get through to the red, no problem.
So the black and 2 snookers required.
Eight.
Would like the red in though, just to stop any really chance of losing the frame, and he's overcut it. So the struggles continue, even with the frame virtually won.
Zehuang, 8.
Been a little fortunate where the whites finish, but even though he's probably going to win the frame, he's not going to be full of the joys of spring necessarily.
One. Eight. Guodong, 8.
Yeah, good pot
1.
to end not a great frame, but Long, he's back in front. Both
5.
players clearly sensing a big chance here today.
7.
reach a massive final. And you've got to think that's playing its part in the standard, which has been poor.
Ten. $14. $19.
So it is Long
Right,
Jihan, the
right,
world
right.
number 70, who is back in front in this semi-final. Both players struggling, but Long has edged ahead at 2-1. One more frame to come before the mid-session interval. Now, neither player has troubled the scorers in terms of breaks for this match, but of course there's actually been 101 centuries in the tournament. That's including the qualifying. Same number actually we had last year, but obviously there's more days to go. But that's the interesting one there. Look at that. 6 players, including Xiao Guodong, tied for the high break prize, which is 5,000. So at the moment it's about £833 each they're going to get if nobody makes a 140 plus. Very unusual. In fact, it's never happened that we've had that many players tied on the high break. But at the moment, as you can see, Xiao Guodong, Chris Wakelin, Mark Joyce, Wu Yize, Marco Fu, He Guo Chang, all with a 139. There's a sort of scenario set up for someone like Judd Trump in the last frame of the final to beat it. You can just could see that happening, but at the moment, those players will get a slice of the pie. Not a huge one, but just the way things have unfolded this week. 139, the high break so far. Still time for it to be beaten, although it has to be said in this match so far, you'd be surprised. Later on, of course, we've got Trump against Si Jiahui. Could easily happen in that one.
Frame 4, Xiao Guodong to break.
So Xiao Guodong breaking off in frame 4, the last frame before the interval of the first semi-final of the WUHAN Open. Long Jihan leading 2-1. Long's had a 46 break and Xiao a 30. So not much to write home about in terms of breaks. There's been a lot of chances, some good balls potted, but quite a few missed, position lost as well.
Something I have noticed with Long Jihan so far, he looks absolutely amazing with the rest. Played a shot at the tail end of that frame there with the blue. I know there was no pressure on it, but he looks absolutely superb with the rest. There was one earlier, I read, into the left corner as well. Every chance we'll get to see him play a few more rest shots, because his cue ball hasn't been brilliant so far. Let's hope it improves. But something I think worth noting. The story continues. Xiao Guodong is really struggling this afternoon. He looks a concerned lad there, doesn't he? Trying to figure out what's gone wrong, especially on the back of yesterday, where he played pretty much flawless.
1.
And see, this is the trouble for these snooker players. They're amazing players, we know that, Xiao Guodong, but when it goes wrong out there, you can't go back to your dressing room. I know you can at the end of this frame, but you can't take a time out and go on the practice table, hit a few shots and figure something out. You start worrying about how it's going wrong and why it's going wrong.
Six. Seven.
Yeah, it just hires straight in the black. A lot of players with a more flowing action would be playing this with a bit of right-hand side for the red in the opposite corner, no problem. I mean, he can play it if he wants to. But he doesn't have that type of cue action. Again, I kind of Evans. His cue
14.
ball's not, definitely not his strongest suit. It's kind of more his type of shot, anything around straight. But
15.
of the two, there's only one player in it at the moment, and he hasn't played great, but it's very concerning if you're a Xiao Guodong fan.
Yes, it seems he's kept his composure long, even when he's been making mistakes, whereas Xiao's has gone. Xiao, I think, needs the interval right now.
21.
Just to get out that arena for 15 minutes, collect his thoughts.
Twenty-two. 29. There's
some sort of angle, but it's not a great pack to go into. Just about hold the cue ball for a couple of reds if he wants to. I think that would be the play, because it's not a great angle. He wouldn't be able to generate enough pace, I don't think. The good thing about this shot, he should get a nicer angle on the low black
37.
if he wants to play it next time.
$38.
Yeah, you just got to be careful. That red that's loose on the left, you don't want to send that in too far a journey above the middle pocket. So not full pace. Yeah, that's nice. That's a beautiful shot. Well done. See, he just hung off an ounce or two of pace too much, and he might have lost that cue ball. This has been by far and away the best contribution of the match. A bit of quality as well.
46.
Yes, this is more like it. And now it's a question of just trying to keep a bit of control for the next few minutes. Not only winning the frame, but winning it in one visit, which would make Xiao Guodong's interval even more uncomfortable. It's one thing to be struggling yourself. If your opponent is as well, maybe it's not so bad. But if your opponent steps it up as long as here, then you know you've got to do the same. You're not just going to scrap your way through.
$54. $61. $62.
So black and one more red to secure the frame very impressively. Dare we talk about the high break? 139, there's 6 players
69.
tied on it. For now, could Long steal in and overtake them. Main thing is pot this and it should be 3-1.
$70.
Practice table's calling. That's the only place he'll be going at the interval, and he'll need it badly.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, you know, he was doing the scoring, wasn't he? Against Murphy, 3 tons in a row. Nowhere near any of that today.
77.
Highest break 30 from Xiao Guodong. Now then, there's a possible 144 on. His highest break actually is 138 as a pro. The highest break, as I say, 139, shared by 6 players at the moment.
78. 85. $86. $93.
Well, the standard has gone from sort of a 2 to a 10, hasn't it, in this frame? Really impressive break, this. Thoroughly deserves
94.
to make his first century of the whole tournament here. With the potential still to make the highest break of the whole tournament.
$101.
Yeah, nicely done, hasn't it? This has been a lovely break. That split midway through on the pack, setting this up. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to see, nothing against the other 6 guys on 139, be lovely to see him pick up the high break for the time being anyway. So red available to 3 pockets from the left cushion, so stunning behind it. That's nicely played. He's got to settle. Yeah, it's finished a bit betwixt between.
107.
Said earlier, I think he's brilliant with the rest. I don't want to put the mockers in this one, but he's been very good with it. That's awesome. That is awesome.
108.
So the 6 colours for a 141, which would be his
114.
highest break as a professional and the highest break of the tournament.
$116. $119. $123.
I suppose the only good news for the guys who he looks like he's going to overtake, they weren't going to get that much anyway, were they? Because it was sliced 6 ways. Well, it was a struggle for 3 frames for both of them, but Long kept his head up, and in this frame, he has stepped up in a big way. What a wonderful break. So the black then, it will be his highest break on tour. It will be the highest break in this year's Wuhan Open.
141 end of frame, Zehuang.
A 141 total clearance from Zehuang to go to the interval of the first semi-final of the Wuhan Open with a 3-1 lead. Remember, this is his home city. It's a massive day for him as he attempts to reach the final. Xiao Guodong has really got to try and regroup. He has been poor so far compared to how he's played this week. 3-1 it is to Long at the interval. Well, we can look back on quite a scrappy start. The first few frames, there wasn't much fluency. Of course, it's such a big occasion for both. I mean, you wouldn't call that a highlight, would you? He hit the pink, trying to get into the bunch, but unfortunately, that's what it was like early on. Now, that was a promising start. He just flicked off the reds, but I think one factor as well is certainly the reclothing of the table. It's just playing a bit differently to previously.
Yes, early on, I mean, looking at the table in this first frame, the black was out of play, likewise the pink early on. You see it there, and, you know, the kind of chances are plenty. Not frame-winning chances necessarily, but just too many mistakes. This was the chance eventually that Xiao Guodong, he played a lovely cannon off the blue there to open up the 4 reds, and he ended up breaking down when he pretty much looked certain to win the frame. Played a bad positional shot there onto a colour. Yes, it was a difficult leave that he got an unfortunate flick on the blue, missed that yellow, and Zehuang, without really doing much himself, just picked up the pieces at the very end of the frame, and that was I think the standout shot of the match. If you're picking one shot in particular, that was brilliant. Missed this one though with the rest, wasn't easy. I think, as David said, the pockets have been marginally more challenging now that they've been recovered overnight, and you miss shot stick, this being another example. Missed this on the thick side, and he was really struggling at that point, even, you know, after securing the first frame. Watch the arm here, the head, even a little bit of movement. It was under pressure, Guodong, to get a frame on the board. Of course, he did on the back of that miss by long on the black. That was a disappointing end to what looked like a good opportunity to perhaps forge ahead early on, and Xiao Guodong got this chance eventually, and once that red went in, he only needed, I think, 3 more pots at the time to get himself on the scoreboard, which he did, confirmed by that brown off the spot.
Yes, I mean, highlights is an interesting word, I think, to use, but of course we know it got better, dramatically so, for Zehuang. But early on it was a struggle. There's no two ways about it. So that got them to 1 each. But that 1 for 1, just a wonderful break from Long, and the interval coming, I guess, at the right time for his opponent. Reminder that Judd Trump Xiao is the second semi-final. That's at 12:30 UK time this evening, or rather this afternoon. Of course, it's an evening match in China. It's the interval in the first semi-final of the Wuhan Snooker Open. Xiao Guodong and Zehuang, an all Chinese affair. And of course, China's Xiao will be playing in the last of the matches today against Judd Trump, and it was very much in the balance who would come through between Judd Trump and Chris Wakelin. We had a very dramatic conclusion to the quarterfinals yesterday that we can remind you of now. It really was a dramatic, it was a late night decider. Trump had got the lead in it. Of course, he never led the match. He was 3-1 down, he was 4-3 down, and then all sorts of things started to happen here. 15 in front with 2 reds on. This was a chance for Wakelin, but, you know, the nerves were really jangling by this point. Trump, I think, was surprised he missed that. He was almost resigning himself to potentially the clearance coming, but it didn't come. We're about to see, though, there's more drama yet in this frame. Judd Trump, and that shot in a way illustrates it. He didn't play great. I mean, there's no getting away from it, but in terms of just his ability to win matches, these days he doesn't have to be at his best, it seems. He can find ways, he'll battle, he'll play the right shot, even if something's gone wrong. He'll think about what he's doing. It's all part of it. It's a skill in itself to win matches when you're not at your best. Some players need to be. We saw Jack Lazowski yesterday, having played so brilliantly in the tournament. The form wasn't there and he was heavily beaten. So at this stage, he decided because of the lead he had, 16, he would put the pink safe, which does come into play later. Got the snooker as well, just about. Now just watch this. Straight in. There's something about A, deciding frames, and B, deciders late at night, and this was after 11 local time in the evening, where things just start to happen out of the unexpected category. Gave Wakelin a chance to get it won. This was a good shot. So it was in his hands. Obviously the pink's still an issue. And he was looking here. You could see him just looking at the pink. Could he, in potting the yellow, just dislodge it and still be on the green? He didn't, but he landed on the green. At this stage he knew that he would need the pink but not the black, so he would, off the blue, if he landed on the pink, that should be enough, but as we're about to see, he didn't get that far. This is the shot I remember on the way home, clearly. Very surprising miss, but the pressure was well and truly on. He nearly fluked it again, which would have been, let's be honest, unjust, but it landed so close to the pocket that it left Trump with the chance. But of course, by this stage, Trump himself needed the pink, so straight away here, he spots the chance to get it out.
Yeah, that was the miss that'll, well, hopefully not haunt Chris Wakelin on his journey home today, but that was a outstanding shot, wasn't it, to release the pink by Judd Trump, so he was almost over the line. And you'll see eventually when he's on this pink, it was surprising the way he played it, and it was a sign of how nervous he was.
Yeah, even with everything he's won, you know, you can't just banish the nerves. It was that sort of evening, wasn't it? Particularly the conclusion.
I think it put us both in mind, Dave, didn't it, of that famous Masters final against Neil Robertson when it came down to the last couple of balls.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of think, well, he can't miss this, but you thought Wakelin couldn't miss the brown. He still had to knock this in. A little bit of movement, but it went in, and Judd Trump goes into the semis. A major chance missed. And let's not forget as well, the head-to-head coming in was 13-0 to Trump against Chris Wakelin. Now 14-0, clenched fist from Trump, who plays Xiao later on. he beat Zhang An there. So that's a really attractive match, I think, later. But, of course, right now we're watching Long Zhihang and Xiao Guodong still at the interval. It's Long leading 3-1. We'll be back shortly for the rest of the match.
Yeah, so we can have a look back at the last two frames of this opening session. I think frame 3, as we'll see here, was a bit more of what we got in the first couple of frames. But stop-start chances. This was a good move by Long Zehuang, because Xiao Guodong was in a little bit of trouble on the previous shot, where he could have easily put him back in, but decided to, you know, try and take the initiative. But that was, again, a bad miss and set up a possible chance. This was the one that I thought Xiao Guodong had plenty of the red to see, but there was a bit of movement on the shot, as you see there, and another miss. But by that point, Xiao Guodong needed a couple of snookers. Still struggling just to put the frame away, Long Zehuang, but eventually this red disappeared and was back in front. Yeah, pink didn't matter, but this was when the match, we saw real quality. This, I think, was a beautiful shot into the reds, cue ball. Lots of backspin on it. And this was frame ball, no problem, and it went. And of course, then you start thinking about the highest break to pip the 6 players that were all locked up on 139. So he still had quite a bit to do. The red on the left side of the table was always going to be the problem to get that high break. So it was a question, I think, of how he would deal with that. That was the century, and this was the one that set up the high break of the tournament so far. Lovely shot that with a rest, no problem with the pink and the straight black to follow, to pip the half dozen players in 139. Beautiful break, and Long Zehuang went into the interval 3-1 to the good.
So the first semi-final about to resume here at the Wuhan Open. Long Zhihang and Xiao Guodong. 3-1 it is to Long. And of course, after a sluggish start, he dramatically won the 4th frame with a break of 141. So there he is. He's broken that 6-way tie. Of course, Xiao Guodong was part of that with Chris Wakelin, Mark Joyce, Wu Yize, Marco Fu and He Guochang. They'd all made a 139. But I mean, Neil Foulds has been saying all week he thought we'd get into the 140s. We're there now. And so at the moment, the £5,000 prize is going to Long Zhihang. But of course, there's still time for either Judd Trump or Si Jiawei, or indeed Xiao Guodong, to either match it or beat it. But at the moment, he is top of the list. And that's his highest ever break as a professional. Of course, he's only his 2nd season. Supersedes a 138 he made in the UK Championship last year. So terrific break at just the right time as well, going to the interval and saying to Xiao, right, I'm playing good stuff now, you're going to have to match it, otherwise you're not going to be in the final. as we wait for the players who are going to be back imminently for the rest of this match. Yeah, they're coming back into the arena, so I'm sure Xiao Guodong has been on the practice table. Still time, of course. He's first to 6, remember, to win this match.
Frame 5.
Well, Zehuang must be feeling great after that 1-4-1, but he's still got a job to do, which is win another 3 frames and put himself into his first ranking final, very much like Wu Yize did at the English Open. He would be the 15th Chinese player to get to a final of a ranking tournament. Of course, Xiao Guodong's already been there. He needs vast improvements, though.
Foul and a miss. Zehuang 6. One.
Smooth as you like, wasn't it? A beautiful shot. A lot of players would have been punching that in, using a cushion, decided to float it. Nice as you like. Yeah. Pink was marginally off its spot to the left, wasn't it? Glancing blow, should be end of break, barring a 3-ball plant. And I know the first 2 or 3 frames were not of great quality, but I think the standout vibe that I'm getting from Long is that he didn't sort of, I know a 1-4-1 break tells you, but his body language, he doesn't look like he's overawed by the fact he's playing in a huge semi-final. The onus very much now on the pre-match favourite, Xiao Guodong. I suppose now that he's had the interval and kind of had a better look at his opponent, how he's handling the occasion, maybe it can release the shackles a bit, because he knows he's got to come out fighting.
One.
Now that is another proper shot. Lots of players, I think, there would have gone top spin back for blue or baulk colour, but it's another striking a sense of what's going on here. He's staying nice and aggressive with his shot selection is long.
Eight. Nine. Fourteen.
When he was 4-1 down to Mark Selby back in July at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, where the qualifying round was played, this all looked mission impossible to be in with what is now turning into a good chance to get to the final. That's where his long road began.
Fifteen.
It's been a bit of a theme, though, hasn't it, on the World Snooker Tour the last couple of seasons. So many players now capable of doing this, of coming through to the business end of tournaments, challenging for titles. Doesn't matter really where they're ranked. They're capable of producing upsets and, as we saw in the last frame, great breaks as well along the way.
Twenty. 21. 28. 29. 36. 37.
Yeah, he's given himself a problem there. That the previous shot on the red, he shouldn't have been
44.
that low in the black. And now he's going to face quite a task to get the cue ball out of there. Can't avoid contact on the pack of 5.
45.
Yeah, not only a good pot, but superb cue ball. That was lovely control. So one good shot away from extending the lead, what one would think, because plenty of reds in the open for him to pick away at here.
$52. $53.
So after an uncertain start, Zehuang has entered beast mode here, hasn't he? What a wonderful couple of frames. Just needs to put this one away. Of course, it was Guodong hoping for this coming out after the interval for himself. Two more pots to make the frame safe.
$59. $60.
Well, he'll be seriously worried now, because it's not just the fact the frames are going by, it's how they're going by. Just one visit stuff now from Long. Chance for back-to-back centuries.
67. $68. $74.
Yeah, it's another example, isn't it, of a player from, you know, right down the ranking list, making their move. We saw Oliver Lyons in the semis of the British Open. Of course, Ishpreet Singh Chadha got to the semis. Wu Yiza the final of the English Open. Daniel Wells in early season at the Shan Grand Prix, another player just outside the top 64, getting to the semis. Martin O'Donnell last year, the Welsh final, and so on and so on. Just shows the strength in depth on tour.
$81. $82.
This is the sort of zone that Guodong was in yesterday, wasn't it? And Chris Wakelin against Ding, just not looking like they're going to miss.
90. $97.
So Long Zhihang hadn't made a
98.
century in the tournament prior to the last frame. But it looks like 2 in 2 here. Determined to get on the yellow, wasn't he? He wasn't just settling for the century.
104.
It is to follow the 1-4-1. Xiao Guodong was hoping things would change after the interval, but he was completely shut out there. And Long Zhihang marches on. Just 2 away now, leading 4-1. Yeah, very impressive and just so well controlled and composed. That was an issue earlier in the match. He was getting in, losing position, not really getting to grips either with the table or the occasion. That's all gone. He's now feeling good, playing terrifically well, brilliantly in fact. And a big favourite now to put himself in the final, if of course he can shut out the enormity of achieving that.
Yeah, more of the same, wasn't it? Coming out after the interval. This looked quite an innocent mistake, flicking the pink. He thought, well, stay where you are and, you know, be playing the same shot again. Xiao Guodong waiting and expecting that, but Long was having none of it. Stroked in a lovely red, didn't win the frame off the initial chance, but when he got this one, that was the shot there. Lovely little cannon. Pink was waiting off the next red. And this was frame ball to set up another century. And at this point, he's getting very worried indeed, Xiao Guodong, with good reason. The pink that follows this red for another century. Nice round of applause and well deserved. Couldn't manage the yellow, but a very accomplished performance in the last couple of frames. And Long Zehuang has an iron, a cast iron grip actually on this match now. Xiao Guodong, be a worried guy at the moment, taking a bit of an extended break with good reason.
Frame 6, Xiao Guodong to break.
Xiao Guodong desperately needs some table time. He desperately needs to turn things around. His opponent, Long Zhihang, feeling great, playing great. He's had back-to-back centuries. He leads 4-1, and he needs 2 more frames to become the first player into the WUHAN Open final against either Judd Trump or Si Jiawei. had a good look at this. He feels he can get the edge of the red. And he was right. A little bit pacey.
He's kind of reaching the, not quite the point of no return, but if it's going to happen, it's going to have to happen quickly, Xiao Guodong. I think he's just got to be aggressive now. Like that, yeah, that's good. Well done. I don't think he's going to even get back into this match in bits and pieces. Got to be one visit stuff. Has to reply in kind.
Six. Seven.
The other thing is when you're being outplayed and you're not playing well yourself, like here, a lot of times you maybe just like he might do it, drop the pink in and just cannon the blue and leave a mid-distance shred, but because he has a lack of confidence, see, he's trying to work the cue ball in and out of bulk, and that's what happens. Instead of just dropping it in, cannon the blue and leave the white pretty much where it is now, and he would have the red to left corner. He's got no confidence, so he's looking to get perfect position all the time. And another sigh, a deep breath. He's bang under it.
Not the cleanest pot in the world, but it's in. And he's still going, just trying to find something here. He needs to, after the way Long has pulled away in this match. And we know it's in there. We've seen it all week, particularly yesterday against Shaun Murphy.
Yeah, the other thing when you're lacking confidence, he's frightened even to play a cannon on the reds. because you just feel like something's going to go wrong. That'll do him the world of good. Play a cannon that works out.
19.
Pretty much perfectly. Black going on the pink spot, it looks like, so no issue with that. The black spot might well be in the, it might well still be free, just checking it there, Queenie Lou.
$27. $28.
Yeah, he's a wee bit concerned here because he doesn't want to push the pink farther from, well, he just doesn't want to cannon it. If he can leave the pink where it is and just play that red through the gap, then he gets the pink back on its spot and then he's good to go. He's got to play this correctly with the cue ball. Yeah, that's perfect.
$35. $36.
I guess in some ways his mind has been cleared. He knows now he has to vastly improve to win early on because they were both struggling. You know, you could have seen him scrapping his way through. That's not going to happen now.
$42. $43. $50. $51.
Classic example, actually, of
58.
feeding off an opponent. The first three frames were poor, to say the least, but since then it's almost been perfect snooker. It's like Xiao Guodong, you know, his
59.
choices. Well, it's not a choice, but it made clear to him, you've got to join the scoring club, otherwise the match is going to go away quickly. So it's definitely freed him up. The fact that his back's to the wall.
66.
Well, very creditable contribution because he has struggled. But this was the way he was playing yesterday, and of
67.
course if you can start to replicate it frame by frame, you can still win for sure. This black though, to pull back to 4-2, Long pulled away with back-to-back centuries.
$74.
He can actually tie the high break that Long made the 1-4-1. We could be in another tie, but anyway, he's won the frame, which is the most
75.
important thing.
$82. $83.
Obviously taking a pink, he can't match the break, but it'd be nice to see him make a century. One of the great break builders, Stephen Hendry, once said something very wise about break building. He said very often the important shots are the first few.
89.
If you can just settle in and pot the first few balls, then you start to feel more at home. And Xiao
90.
Guodong, he did look a bit edgy early on in this break, but kept going. And now he's in stroke, he's feeling good, his rhythm has returned, and he can definitely still win this match.
$96.
What an effort, really, when you consider how he's been
97.
outplayed. Xiao Guodong steps up. With a century break of his own. So 3 and 3 frames between the two of them. If you were with us for the first 3 frames, you know, we didn't get a half century, but things have rapidly improved.
$103.
Xiao Guodong's 5th century
110.
of the tournament. What a timely one, though.
$112.
These players, they don't reach semi-finals without having played really well. We just didn't see it early on. We are now seeing it, of course.
$115.
Really, they both probably should have been out, shouldn't they? Long, when he was 4-1 down to Selby back in Leicester. Xiao looked certain to be 3-0 down to a very confident Karen Wilson, who you would have fancied to close that out. But look at them now.
119. $124. $130.
Some sort of double for the total clearance.
130 and the
Great
frame.
break
Xiao
nonetheless,
Guodong.
wasn't it? He really needed that. That's more like it from Xiao Guodong. 130 to close the gap to 2 again. Long Zehuang leads here, 4-2. Yeah, very impressive that, and well, 3 centuries in 3 frames. So from a poor start, things have vastly improved in terms of standard. Next frame's interesting, I think. If Xiao can put more pressure on, win it, then this really is in the balance. Long didn't do a lot wrong there, really.
Yeah, worth having a look back. This was the key shot, actually. The red struggled in, but it was the first time almost in the match that he got himself in a position where red's in the open and a bit of freedom to release the cue arm. That was frame ball. And at this point, there was that chance, wasn't there, of equaling the 1-4-1, but after taking a pink, he just needed this red and the blue to make the century for 3 in a row. Of course, it was no problem in the blue. And it went, and a generous round of applause, and why not? Didn't quite make the total clearance, but 1-3-0 was more than enough, and Xiao Guodong is back in it.
Second semi-final, 1:30 CE2, 12:30 in the UK. Judd Trump against Si Jiahui. Well, this is now a very interesting stage of this semi-final. We had 3 pretty poor frames. We've now had 3 frames with centuries, so the standard has completely been transformed. But this 7th frame, 5-2 to Long Zhihang or 4-3, may tell us a lot about who's ultimately going to come through. Xiao Guodong, though, very creditable, 130 there after the back-to-back tons from Long. And this now turned into a really good match. But he's still in trouble, 4-2 down. Clearly doesn't want his opponent to get to 5. We believe that what he's drinking there is it's a sort of Chinese soft drink. I know it looks like brandy, but I'm pretty sure it's not. This is not the John Pullman era. Although there's a lot to be said for that era.
Frame 7, Long Zehuang to break.
Anyway, Long Zhihang, as I say, just sat that last frame out, but he's in a strong position here, 4-2.
I was also just having a look at the rankings for Long Zhihang. Obviously, this match is worth a lot in terms of pounds and points. It would be an extra 33,000 points were he to win it. So there's pressure on that score. The other thing, from a ranking perspective, it would secure his place on the main tour. At the moment, he sits at 55 in running on the end of season, with the top 64 guaranteed a place. But a win today and he would jump up to 37th on the end of season ranking. And of course it gives you that security as well for the next couple of years in terms of points.
thing. It's a very busy tour. There's so many other things sort of going on in the background, apart from just the complexity of the match itself. But these rewards are there for players doing well. And obviously keeping your tour card is a massive thing. To have that security, to not be thinking about Q School or any of the other routes back on. I actually think it's a different point, this, but I actually think with the standard now, I've been talking about players getting to semi-finals from sort of 60, 70, 64 seems very harsh cut-off, actually. They're seriously good players, those guys, around there, even into the 70s and 80s, but that's a separate point.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I mean, you look at the moment, some of the names on the end of season ranking projected. Oh, lovely pot. He was up and after that. He knew that he'd struck it. I think halfway there with the cue ball, he knew he'd nailed that. So the signs are getting better. Yeah, you're looking at the end of season ranking at the moment. You've got Luca Brissell in 60th spot. You know, we think he'll get himself out of that particular mire that he's in, but so many good players around him that are going to win matches and gain points. Players like Anthony McGill, Matthew Stevens, Jamie Clark, Anthony Hamilton, all those guys, Marco Fu around the bubble, David Lilly, who had a decent week out here.
7.
Competitive down there, isn't it? Around the tour survival cut-off. Anyway, this is much better. Oh, yeah, my apologies. It always seems to be the way, doesn't it?
Xiao Guodong,
Out of nowhere,
7.
a bad miss.
Well, you don't see much reaction from him, but you saw one there because he was just starting to play really well, wasn't he? And that was another chance. But it's gone begging. Q came down.
Just can't find a way to get himself comfortable on the shot. Credit to him that he wants to be aggressive and play the pot. I suppose the good news is that if he weren't to pot it, he'd surely get rid of the red by the corner. There you go. But now relying on a wee bit of good fortune.
Yeah, the frustration for Long is that he saw the frustration of Xiao Guodong, didn't he? He saw the reaction. And that's why he wanted to keep him in his seat stewing, but he's immediately back with another opportunity to score.
Seven.
Just looking at the red against the black there, we had a better look at it a second ago. It looks quite tight, whether it'll pass.
Eight.
No great need to worry about it for the moment with the pink on to both corners.
Fourteen. Fifteen. One.
Yeah, Xiao Guodong clearly didn't do his yoga this morning. Shouldn't be a problem, nothing to do with the cue ball. You've still got to commit to this little shot. You know, your tendency is you want your eyes get taken towards the pocket. You've got to stay with the shot and hit down the way. But again, see the red next to the black, it's not on, so...
22.
I suppose the one good thing about that, the black then, I think will pass. But it's a wee bit tricky. He doesn't really want to mess with the red, the top one of the three together. But he might have to.
$28. $29.
It's amazing, isn't it, how this match has gone from being one of the worst of the week to one of the best. Really, without much in between. First three frames were poor, no getting away from it, but Long stepped it up, threw the gauntlet down to Xiao Guodong, and now he's responding.
$35. 36.
Got the security of a couple of safe reds near the top cushion, which he won't need. Long will. So this is a good chance now for another frame and to reduce the gap to 1.
$41. $42. $48. $49.
He's got to avoid the blue, this cue ball. And that was the worry. And that's why he missed it. On the thick side, I think he was concerned about the cannon on the blue. A little twitchy, that one. As David said, the good news is there's plenty of reds that are tied up for the time being. Now can Long get back into his queuing after having sat out for last frame and a half. Ah, good pot. That is a super shot and a lovely angle on this green now. Dare he play a direct cannon? On the black to hopefully maybe even promote those two reds. Yeah, deciding to chip away at it, but that's a good result.
4. $5.
I think he'd like to, in an ideal world, after this pink, go red-black to get it back on its spot. Because otherwise it's going to be difficult to deal with the two reds together. So that's clearly in his mind. $11. Scoreboard 45 behind, so If he wants to, he could attack the 2 reds right now. But of course, there's a chance there of losing the cue ball. Oh, the dream result. Well, I mean, it could have been better if you're nitpicking. You push the 2 reds into the open, but yeah, take that, no problem. So if this red disappears, and the good thing about this red, although we haven't seen many played along the cushion, not dead weight, but
19.
it will be dead weight. So every chance of the pocket accepting it. Well played.
20.
Said earlier, he's really good with the rest, I think, is long. So stun for the straight red to middle. The low pink gives him good access to that red. So it might
27.
be, in a couple of shots' time, the most important shot of the match in many ways. This red down the cushion. He hasn't missed that, has he? Oh, wow. What a miss.
Yeah, he's thinking, isn't he, about,
Oh,
like you say,
Zehuang,
where to leave
27.
himself on the pink to play that shot, but he's missed the red. He's taken his eye off the pot. Yeah, he just can't believe he's done it. So Xiao Guodong 29 in front. If he could take a red and a pink, then, or a red and a black, then Long would need a snooker.
One.
Yeah, looked a bit disappointed with that, but obviously being a right-hander, he can reach it no problem. So potential virtual frame ball.
Very dramatic frame, and for all the centuries we've seen, and we've seen 3 on the spin, it's frames like
7.
this that psychologically feel so important. Long with the outside chance to steal it with a great clearance, missed a red completely out of nowhere. I think dividing concentration was an issue, and now he needs a snooker, and
Xiao Guodong,
not
7.
quite, well, he might be in one, he's not far off being in one, he could just maybe clip the red, but got to get over the disappointment of that miss to the right middle. Yeah, there's chances where the balls are, but we know that even really good snookers, sometimes you might need to lay 3 or 4 to actually get the penalty points. doesn't help, of course, if you're in one yourself.
Foul. Xiao Guodong, 4.
Yeah, I think he's just got to put Long back in to bat, or I certainly would. You know, if you shove the red up towards baulk, there's a few options up there, isn't there, for getting a snooker in behind. This would be tough to get in behind the black.
Yeah, the wrong man's getting the snookers, that's the thing. Long just keeps finding himself in them. Needs 2 himself now. Successfully laid, that is. Well, that you suspect he's probably that. Just needs the red in, and then we go into frame 8. Could have been a different story. Long did have the chance potentially to make a real tide turning clearance, but he missed that dolly red, you've got to say, to right middle. Bottom line is Xiao Guodong has found a way back into this match. He was being comprehensively outplayed, 4-1 down, but now it's anyone's.
7. Ten. Fourteen. End of frame.
So Xiao Guodong has won the last 2, and the gap here has been closed to just 1. With a possible 4 frames to play, Long Zehuang leads the semi-final 4-3. Yeah, quite an eventful frame, and as I say, that miss from Long would be interesting if he loses this match to look back on that, because it was a definite chance for 5-2.
Yeah, it certainly was. This was a terrific long red by Xiao Guodong, but we didn't see that miss coming. Just dropped his cue in the table. The disappointment was clear, but he did get another chance on the back of that attempted mid-distance red. Xiao Guodong, and he was going along nicely. He he got himself into this position where you thought, yeah, he's pretty much going to close the frame out, no problem. But he did break down on this green, just trying to avoid the blue with the cue ball. And then this half opening on the back of that nice cannon by Long, you thought, oh, all of a sudden he could maybe pinch the frame in one visit. But this red that he misses to right middle was a shocker, quite honestly. No obvious reason why he should miss that. The pink was waiting for him and good access to the last red, but at that point Xiao Guodong just needed the red and this pink, which when it went in left him 36 points in front, and he then needed 2 snookers long on the back of that miss on the red. And at that point Xiao Guodong just had to be careful and nurse the lead until eventually he got this thin red, which when it dropped, all doubt was removed, and we're back to just 1 frame in this match now, with Long leading 4 frames to 3. It's been a match of toing and froing. Long winning 2 in a row, Xiao Guodong winning the last couple to leave us at 4-3.
Well, it's been a very interesting match. It started very nervously. We've had some real free-flowing stuff in the middle. He may get nervous again towards the end. There's a possible 4 frames left. Long Zhihang 4, Xiao Guodong 3. Judd Trump and Si Jiahui, of course, the 2 of the semi-finalists. They'll be up later on.
8, Xiao Guodong to break.
Well, Xiao Guodong didn't win the last frame cleanly, but he won it 4-3. He trails, looking to reach a 3rd ranking final. Of course, Long is in his first semi-final here. Dear me, that was coming straight for us, wasn't it, that cue ball? A horrible miscue. Let's hope his tip's all right. That might have woken a few people up watching. Yeah. The first thing, obviously, the player will do is look at the tip.
Yeah, that was a horrible miscue, wasn't it? One of those ones, actually, where... Just looking at it, actually, it should be a free ball, shouldn't it? If it wasn't, sorry, it wasn't a foul. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. But, yeah, a horrible miscue, that. One of those ones where you can take a rip the cloth. Thank goodness that didn't happen. Just one of those, felt like it should have been a foul. Wow. So Xiao Guodong, half chance with this long red. Yeah, sweet. Very sweet indeed.
1.
He's the man in possession, I think, of confidence at the moment. It's just gone about as awkward as it could have done. Don't think the yellow's an option, really. I mean, it's thin and bridging, and brown's no bargain either.
Green. Xiao Guodong, 1.
This is a horrible position to be faced with. I mean, he can't play the glancing blow in either to get potentially back to baulk. He's got to hope that he sticks on the pack of reds. Oh, that's a terrific effort. Well done. Sort of feels like they're delaying the inevitable re-rack. You never know, they might get a chance now to play towards baulk. Perhaps, anyway. this is the type of shot, if he can get through, that he's hasn't been shying away from. Of course, we don't know all that much about him as a player. Certainly nothing really at this level. Can he stay aggressive? Yeah, looks like it. Kind of shot he's generally very good at. Very aggressive, wasn't it? Brilliant pot. Leaving plenty. Nicely on the pink. Don't foresee a problem with this. If this goes in, plenty of reds in the open.
But then misses that one, and there's just a bit of composure's been lost
Zehuang,
since that miss in the last frame. The red to right middle does look a big shot right now.
One. Six.
Yeah, didn't go into them with a lot of force, and it was a good split, and he would be okay but for being hampered in a way. He can still get to this red. Now, it's just whether he can find a way to get the cue ball back into the open. Doesn't really want to cannon anything. But it's tricky. It's a lot thinner, as you can see in that picture. A lot thinner than it looks from this one.
Seven. Twelve.
So
13.
suddenly it's Xiao Guodong who's looking the more comfortable right now. Got over the bad start he made.
Eighteen.
Yeah, I know he had 3
19.
reds waiting there, but that was a delightful positional shot to get rid of this red on the right. Nice and early. So all things being equal,
26.
you would expect him to score heavy from here.
$27.
Best of 11s. There are quite long matches, aren't there? You know, it's
34.
ironic, really. There was a lot of hullabaloo and complaining when the UK Championship was reduced from best of 17, but actually 11. It's a long stretch, and okay, he was in trouble early on, but there was still time to turn it round, and he's starting to do that. As I say, he's looking just in himself a lot more composed than he was earlier on.
35.
Obviously, had this been best of 9 like it had been the rest of the week, then he would have been a massive underdog 4-1 down. But there was just that little bit of wriggle room with the extra frames. And all the while, of course, he's aware of what it means to his good friend Long trying to reach a final. That would be a massive achievement in any tournament.
42.
But he's from Wuhan, so he's literally on home soil here. His family are here, his friends are here. Huge for him. And of course, the very fact of that is adding pressure to him.
$43. $50.
Yeah, so just 2 more reds with decent size value colours, and we're going to be 4-4.
51.
And that's perfect. And credit to Xiao Guodong, because he's had to show not just skill and temperament, he had to show a lot
56.
of character to even think there was a way back into this match. As David said, yeah, the extra, you know, potential couple of frames in best of 11 has certainly helped on that score, but
57.
this has been much more like it the last 2.5, 3 frames. The blackest frame ball.
Yeah, so Long missed that simple red in the last frame. In this frame, the missed Kyoko, that's one thing, but then
64.
he missed the pink with the rest, and it's all contributed to this match completely turning around. It's one of those where, although it's level, we now have a
65.
clear favourite. Now, things can change again. Long needs to try and make that happen. But having made back-to-back centuries to lead 4-1, he's now just starting to struggle. And that coolness that Xiao Guodong is known for is starting to really surface.
70. $71. $78. 179. $84. 85.
So, looking good for what would be a fourth century of the match. His second, Long's had 2.
92. $94. $97.
If he weren't with us at the start, he really was struggling early on, but Xiao Guodong now producing the sort of snooker that's got him to the semi-finals. His second century of this match to complete a comprehensive
101.
turnaround from 4-1 down. Now it's about who can hold it together as we approach the winning line, but Xiao clearly feeling the better of the two, even though the match is level.
106. $112.
Terrific. Terrific from Xiao Guodong, who makes his second century.
112. 龙泽黄 7 and the frame.
Cue ball went in, we didn't see it, it doesn't matter. He's got onto level terms, 4-4, everything to play for.
Yeah, I thought this frame was similar to the previous one. We'll see. Yeah, that was one thing, the miscue, but he got away with it. But then eventually pots a fabulous straight long red, or just off straight, this one. And then he's faced with a pink with nothing to do with the cue ball, Long Zehuang. And I'd flagged up that I thought he's been really impressive with the rest in the match so far. Of course, that was the kiss of death, and a bad miss. A little shake of the head after it. Xiao Guodong then, after flicking that red in, played a lovely shot in the blue to get the cue ball back down in amongst the reds. And as you can hear there, on a break of 64, the frame was done, and it was a terrific performance actually. And went the century. Unfortunately went in off the black in the end, but no matter, a break of 112. And it's now reduced to a best of 3 frames for a place in the Wuhan Open final.
Frame 9. 龙泽黄 to break.
4-4 in the first semi-final here at Snooker's Wuhan Open, an all-Chinese match, Xiao Guodong and Long Jiang. But even though it's level, Xiao has won the last 3, so he's got the momentum, and you've got to feel the confidence right now. We'll see though, these matches, they can shift and the upper hand can change. Long has played very well, 2 centuries from him, but Xiao's also had a couple.
Well, we've had the edgy opening. We've had the high-scoring middle part of the match. Every reason to think it might be an edgy finish now. Possible 3 frames left to play, of course. Big occasion for both players. Long here in Wuhan, his home city. His first semi-final with the chance to get to his first final. And Xiao Guodong, it's been 7 years since he was in a ranking final. That was the shootout, which of course does carry ranking points. It's been 11 years since a major final, the Shanghai Masters, where he lost to Ding. So can't really undersell how big a deal this is for these two. One of them's going to be in a big final tomorrow. And that's before we even start with the spin-offs if you win it. You know, Champion of Champions, Players Series, all the rest of it is there in the background too.
No straightforward return to balk, so his hand may be forced into taking this pot on. Oh, that's a stunning pot. Yeah, unfortunate. I suppose at least he does have a return to balk, no problem, if he can reach it. You know, it's one of those you don't want to have to get the long stuff out, the long spider. If he can reach it, it's no problem. But a great pot to get him out of a sticky position he was in there.
He seemed to ask for the spider, then he just got it himself. He must be eager to play the shot.
Zehuang won.
Well, amazing angled. Certainly on most of the reds here. Yeah, nicely done. In a funny way, you know, the fact that it's now level, Long might actually start to play better. Quite often in a big match you see a player with a lead maybe just struggle with the fact they're so far in front. It's a curious game. We know that. Snooker for psychology. But Xiao has done what he's had to do, and that's get back on level terms to give himself the best chance. Snooker's always been a fascinating game, but it's never been just about the game, has it? The fascination we have with it. It's about what's going on in the players' heads as well. And who's going to stand up and who's going to crack and how it's all going to affect the play.
Foul and a miss. Xiao Guodong, 4.
Difficult to tell, but I don't know whether he can see a red full ball. The line of 3 just below the pink. I think he might be able to see that, the bottom one. Oh, we're going to find out now because he might be given the warning. Like I say, the 3 in a diagonal line just below the pink there, the left one of those, there's a chance he can see that full ball. Of course, he has left a red, so maybe perhaps we're not going to find out. So, half chance at the moment. Not a great one as yet. Black out of commission.
One. Seven. 8.
Oh, you little beauty, wasn't it, for a right-hander? It's almost a perfect flick on the blue. Yeah, he's got an awful lot of work to do to win the frame. Certainly, but he's certainly cueing a lot better now. He's the player in possession of the jersey at the moment. That was another nicely struck shot to get low on this next red.
13. $14.
Just overran slightly. It's a bit thinner than he would have wanted, but you would imagine he's if he plays the thin blue, he's forced into a cannon. So if he can muster up the courage to play this, there could be a big payoff. Natural cannon, but get the pot first and foremost. A little bit unfortunate.
19.
Could have been half expecting a better leave, but still just about on one.
$20.
He's had to work hard, hasn't he, for 20 points here. But he really has come back to life in this match, having made that real bad start, let's be honest. Just not just going 4-1 down, just how badly he was playing. Credit to Xiao Guodong for finding something.
$24.
This is the problem when the cue ball has to travel as it has been. Obviously, the further it travels, the more likely you're going to lose your way along the way. Little shake of the head there. He's come a little far. So is this cut back red? Wriggles in, but again the cue ball's running. Wow, clings on somehow.
25. Yellow. Xiao Guodong, 25.
Yeah, I mean, trying to sort of put the yellow safe-ish, but hasn't quite worked out. Anyway, end of break. 32 the difference.
foul and a miss. 龙泽黄 4. 摆回去。
I think if we took the score graphic off, you'd be able to guess kind of where we are in the match. We're late on and it's close. And you can feel that tension now. There's Queenie Lou, the referee. It's quite a long match for her as well, but she's done a great job just replacing the cue ball.
Yeah, players quite like the fact that when they play the two-cushion escape, you've got two reds to glance from. Quite a nice target. And he won't be playing it obviously a third time with the full ball red
Foul and a miss.
on offer.
龙泽黄 4. 已经全球没有打到全球2次，再打不到就要判4。
Quite refreshing that the warning came in the native tongue. Why shouldn't it? Two Chinese players and a Chinese referee in China.
Surprising if he doesn't take on the loose red. Because if he doesn't, he obviously has to cover that for his opponent, which, yeah, he's got some traffic there down the middle of the table, but I think the odds are more in favour that he'd be leaving some kind of shot for Xiao Guodong. But that is a fantastic safety shot he's played. As good as anything in the match so far. This time he has left one. It's just a question then of can Xiao Guodong do something positionally off this red. It's quite handy that the pink is where it is. I just killed it stone dead. He would have felt that was a possibility when playing it.
1.
It was almost one of those shots where I mean, he played it with backspin to, well, maybe even hoping for the double kiss on the second red, the cannon. Whether he played it with backspin or topspin, it was difficult to get the cue ball out of there. Just one of them things.
Kind of feels like the deciding frame. Of course, it isn't. It's now first to 6. But whoever loses it is immediately under pressure going into frame 10 to try and keep the match alive. It's been quite a battle, this. We've seen everything, really. The 4 centuries, but also some quite fragmented play as well.
Xiao Guodong 1.
Just a reminder again that the second match is Judd Trump against Xiao. That's about 90 minutes away now, assuming this one's done by then. Well, it was very brave, wasn't it, that shot? Have to think he was leaving a lot on had he missed it. Seems to be how he plays.
Fluke to get. All right, it might not win him the frame, but it certainly kept him in it. I know Xiao Guodong would have still quite a bit to do to win the frame, but well, there's been 2 or 3 turning points in this match already. Zehuang missing red to middle pocket of 4-2 to kind of scupper his chances of getting 5-2 in front with a, you know, with a nice clearance, and then missing a pink with the rest in the last frame. Xiao Guodong making no mistake, but that is another
8.
potential turning point of this match, but that's not the best kiss. Not quite sure if he's looked at the yellow. Don't think it's on.
So there's the playing time, 3.5 hours. And you fancy plenty more to
13.
come yet. You just get the feeling it's going to be 5-all, or I do anyway. Regardless of who takes this frame. Never know, but it's become very edgy after the free-flowing middle part of the match. Anyway, Long with that extravagant fluke earlier, also showing us that the unexpected can play its part. We saw that a little bit yesterday with Wakelin as well. Had a big fluke, ultimately didn't win the decider. Well, now he's gone in off.
Long Zehuang 15. Xiao Guodong 4.
things are happening, aren't they? And as I say, it's not even the decider yet.
That was a very clever shot. I think deliberately pushing the red over the corner, knowing that it was virtually impossible to leave it. Well, the 16-point lead that Guodong has at the moment is actually quite big. You know, Brown out of commission. You know, Xiao Guodong can afford, maybe afford a mistake here and there. Not long, he's really got to knock this in. Much too thick, and what damage, if any, has he left the one over the corner?
The thing is that the balls are sort of gravitating now towards cushions, aren't they? So it's going to be hard to kill this frame off clean. Look at his face there. I mean, this has been his dream playing in a match like this, but the reality is it's a tough old game. There was a spell where he was terrific. Let's not forget he's made the highest break of the tournament in this match, Long Zehuang. Meanwhile, that wasn't the best kiss, really. It's one of those frames, it's tough. It's swimming through glue stuff, this frame. But it's so important in the wider context of the match itself.
Yeah, that was a 4-all shot and a best of 11 if ever I've seen one. Just get the 6 points in the bag. It's almost like one of those shots that you used to see in the league snooker when you only played a one-frame match and you're 15 in front or something. You think, right, another 6 will do. Just creep towards the winning line.
Yeah, exactly, that's what you do, like in the club, isn't it? When the standard's low, 6 points feels really massive. Between world-class players, it shouldn't really, but as you say, that's where we are. Look at the frame time, 35 minutes. A lot to go, I would say, in this frame yet.
Xiao Guodong, 7.
Well, the balls are sort of becoming like fridge magnets, aren't they? Clinging to the cushions. 3 red safe, the brown safe, the black's on the cushion. Yellow not in a great spot, really.
Oh, that's going to help the situation. What a pot. Now, can he somehow get a cannon on the two together? Yeah, he would need to play it with Crundles of right-hand side. I'm not sure it's on. Nothing doing, it was just a 5-pointer. So, a pity on the back of that stunning long red. 6 points to show for it, but I kind of get the feeling this frame is just edging towards a finish on pink, and maybe even that black. Even there, not prepared to play any type of shot that's going to, you know, you would think, gain anything.
So, another little impasse in this edgy frame. I mean, there's no reason for either player to sort of start doing anything extravagant here. It's such a vital stage.
One.
Yeah, I know it's been a feature of this frame, but you know, there's no way you can, well, certainly pot a colour and keep the break going. I would just be taking the 3 points. I don't think there's any point in even almost playing the snooker. I suppose you could do, and behind the green you might get a couple of fouls from it. But if he's moving the brown from the cushion, I don't understand it. He isn't, obviously, but he's moved it a fraction. We'll see. I mean, he might get the foul of 4, but Safe to say he certainly isn't going to get a chance from this.
Foul and a miss. Xiao Guodong, 4. Back.
It's a real test of concentration for the referees as well, these long matches, long frames. Some frames, if it's a break, you're kind of not playing it down, but you're not doing that much. You're getting the balls back on the spots and so on. Other frames, you have to really focus hard.
Done.
Position of the balls, what's happening, you can't afford to switch off at all. Straight away, Xiao Guodong having a look to see if they're set. Or could be.
Yeah, seems convinced that it's on. Yeah, well played.
1.
Now, what does he do? Does he attack the red to shift it? Or just get in behind it and lay another telling snooker? Well, it's the latter, but he hasn't made a very good job of it.
7.
29 the lead then. But that was, yeah, quite a poor effort.
Xiao Guodong, 7.
But that's a better looking safety shot. That's nicely controlled.
Foul and miss.
Well, it
Xiao
looks
Guodong,
like
4.
it very much could be a free ball. The only good thing, on the yellow spot.
稍等一下。
I think Xiao seems to be convinced, because he's staying at the table, that it is going to be a free ball. It'd be an unusual one, because if it is, he got ball in hand. Very tight, isn't it? But from that picture we saw there, I would say no. No free ball.
Free ball.
I do think the other thing that a referee has to do there is let the players see what she's looking at when she puts the two reds up. You know, don't just make it, show the players if they want to see it.
I think the point Long's making as well is the cue ball could maybe be slightly moved. Yeah, that's the thing. It makes a big difference of just a few millimetres, actually.
I mean, the other thing is you only have... You really should be putting a ball against the red that's the ball on, not a ball against the pink. You know, that's... Good on Queenie Lou for, you know, setting them back up, having another look, doing the correct thing, because it is tight.
Yeah, I think Long's argument was, you know, the cue ball wasn't quite on the yellow spot. So, you know, as I say, just half a centimetre in a call like this could be huge.
Yeah, I must confess, I don't think it is a free ball. But we don't have the camera on the absolute line of it. We want the camera on the line of the two reds on the right.
Well, it's been given, so it's a major result for Xiao Guodong, who's already 33 in front.
Green ball.
So the free ball with a colour, and Long needs a snooker. Long seemed to agree there, though. He was right down the line of it.
One.
Yeah, it was a tight call, wasn't it? You know, it's fair enough. She'd made the decision, and it was very tight, in fairness. So this should be frame ball for 4 frames in a row for Guodong. But the story was never going to end there, was it?
Well, you can't make it up, can you? I mean, where's finished? Well, we might see it in a minute, but he snookered. Just had to make sure he hit it. So one 4-point snooker needed in this lengthy frame.
should be a straightforward snooker if he wants it in behind the blue.
Yeah, the bottom line for Long is that the wonderful rhythm he found, the breaks he was making, it's all dried up, hasn't it? And it's whether he can now, he's gone behind, assuming he has done, and missing that
Foul.
pretty much confirms he will have done. Can he get it back
Xiao
together
Guodong,
again
4.
and level the match?
Free ball.
Well, the full set again there, free ball as well. Don't think there's any question this time about that. So again, the pink as an extra red. Xiao Guodong, who was struggling badly, trailing 4-1, won 4 in a row. Different types of frames, but maybe experience is now telling in this semi-final.
Seven. Eight.
Xiao Guodong doesn't mind how long the match is, as long as he ultimately gets it won. And he's going to need one more frame to do that. Look at that, 53 minutes this frame.
11.
It took some winning, but it's gone to Xiao Guodong. So
Xiao
from
Guodong,
4-1
11
down,
frame.
he has got the lead now, and he will need one more when the players return shortly to put himself in the Wuhan Open final. He leads Long Zehuang 5-4. Not surprised to see the two players, and indeed quite a lot of the audience, just leave the arena between frames, because it was a bit draining, that. I'm sure the crowd will return. The players certainly will.
Yeah, it wasn't the best frame of the tournament, but I suppose worth having a look back. And that was the red that just about kept Long in the running to win it, but it was a bad miss on the pink that followed, albeit he had to play it at full pace, that one. And yeah, there was the fluke. But, you know, he did well actually to just about keep himself back in it. Yes, it was on the back of a fluke, but then the in-off, the snooker gods paying him back, I think, there. And then it just got a bit scrappy for about 20-25 minutes. There was the 6-point shot. Xiao Guodong just happy to chip away at the lead that he already had. And of course, eventually it came down to a decision on a free ball that was very tight. There was a foul there the first time round, so he got 4 points from it. And this was the free ball with the cue ball going in the middle pocket. It was always going to be tight. I don't know if we got the perfect view of it on our screens actually, but it was good of Queenie Lou to allow certainly Long Zehuang to get a second look at it. She put up a couple of reds, one against the pink there and one against the red, i.e. the ball on. And then by that time Long was fairly happy that the correct decision was made, and when he missed this and left another free ball, that was pretty much that.
Well, we're waiting for the players to return for frame 10. Now, the next semi-final is supposed to start 55 minutes from now. So if it went 5 each, it would be a question for the tournament director. Do we let them finish the match? No information on that. I hope they do. I think it would be a terrible shame to have to sort of traipse off and come back hours from now. But the fact is, as you can see there, in less than an hour, it's supposed to be Judd Trump, Si Jiahui on this very table. Looking forward to that one.
Frame 10.
But
Xiao
right
Guodong
now,
to break.
this one continues.
请尽快就座，谢谢。
Yeah, the bad news kind of continuing for long. He just can't get anything going, as we said before. That's 4 frames, the last 4 in a row. And this is a nice lead for Xiao Guodong if he wants a angle on the blue, also the half ball green if he wants to attack the pack of reds. Got to hit these with some force. It's like hitting a red brick wall. Like that, yeah. He just couldn't quite inject the pace into it. It's one of those as well. He hit a red full in the face. You want to catch one of them sort of half ball, and then sometimes the cue ball releases. Get a good look at it here. Smack in the face of the red 2 down from the pink.
It seems a re-rack has been agreed here, so we're going to start the frame again, it would seem. Players just felt that was going nowhere. Different feel, of course, for Long now, having led pretty much the whole way. Now he finds himself trailing. It's all new to him. Big match, whatever happens, he's had such a great tournament, but of course having got so close to the final, he wants to be there tomorrow with a chance to take on Judd Trump or Si Jiahui for the title.
Yeah, and it's quite an unusual situation. I agree with you. I hope that, you know, if it goes to a decider, that we get it without having to come back later. There's no hard and fast rule on that. I think obviously, you know, times change and session times are different, and different crowds coming in, things like that, you know. I think it's one of those you just got to, the powers that be will, the tournament director actually will take everything into consideration. I think from the players that are going to be playing later, Judd Trump and Si Jiahui, if you ask them, they would, I'm sure they would say, yeah, let them play their decider, even if it means they have to start another 20 minutes or so after their allotted match time. But anyway, it might not come to that. It certainly won't if Xiao Guodong can close the match out 6-4.
Yeah, we were saying these best of 11s, they can be lengthy affairs, and this one's turned into exactly that. Oh, what a pot. from Long Zhuhang.
1.
He was knocking those in earlier on. You could see there he had no angle to get into the reds off the
8.
black. But the pot will make him feel good.
Zehuang, 8.
Just on the whether they would be taken off. I mean, the tournament director will make the decision, but has to liaise with so many different people, the host broadcasters in China, the venue, in terms of the audience. Obviously think about the players as well, think about the players in the next match. So it's not a straightforward decision, and you can guarantee whatever decision is made, not everyone will agree with it. We'll see. Might not get there, of course. We've seen at the Crucible, certainly over the years, that sort of eerie feeling of coming back, you know, 11:30 at night to play 1 or 2 frames. In fact, the biggest ever comeback there was Nigel Bond against Cliff Thorburn from 9-2 down, but actually they came back at 9-7, so he'd won the 5 frames in the original second session, and then again several hours wait, and obviously Cliff by that point must have felt he should have won it, and just added to the nerves when they actually did resume.
Well, that's about... Oh, he's just been saved by the Brown. It's about as weak a safety shot as he's played in quite a while, actually, Xiao Guodong. Depends. Yeah, he's too badly hampered. He can't be taking that on. Yeah, good pot. How's the kiss on the green?
What?
It's pretty good. So, yeah, that was a lovely pick out, wasn't it, through the gap? So, green to red. If he can negotiate that successfully. I'm not going to say they're all there for him, but there's certainly plenty of reds in the open. Oh, that's a lovely shot. If the middle one of the 3 goes, which I think it does, he's in business.
4.
This is a brilliant chance.
Well, it would be a fantastic win because
5.
early on he was all over the place, frankly. I think the pressure of being the favourite And just the fact that it's a big semi-final that got to him, but there's time in these matches to find your way. And the strange thing is, I think it's the fact that Long started playing so well that did him a favour. It sort of cleared his mind. He thought, I can't scrap through this. I'm going to have to find something. And of course he did. 2 centuries. He won that very disjointed 9th frame, and now he's got himself nicely in here with a chance to kill it off and go through to what would be a 3rd world ranking final.
Twenty. 21. 28.
No, the dream result. It was a good
29.
shot, actually. He played it, actually, with a lot of common sense. He played it with, well, obviously, deep screw and just a trace of left-hand side to get the cue ball going up table for blue or baulk colour now. Plenty reds in the open for him. And that's a lovely shot. It almost seemed like early on in the match, with him being, well, I assume the favourite. Certainly, I think in our minds, he started out the favourite, and he seemed spooked in some way by that. Certainly in the early running, and it took him to go 3 or 4-1 behind before it sort of dawned on him that, right, I've got to go out here and you know, get the pedal to the floor and play something like the way he's played to get him in the semi-final. And since then, he's played with some freedom, and this is the result of it.
Yeah, he's had such a good week, of course. The wins over Corin Wilson,
38.
Barry Hawkins, Sean Murphy, 3 established champions. Must have given him a lot of confidence. It did take him time, certainly, to get going in this match, but this is really how he's been playing all week, what he's doing here.
39.
Well, a rather loud mobile phone goes off, but
45.
it's the alarm bells ringing for Long, isn't it, at the minute? Desperate for a late twist in the tail. Gonna have to come soon.
46. 53. 54.
53 the lead with the black. Another red and a black, 60 with 59 on. Long Zehuang has made the highest break of the tournament, and indeed his highest break on tour,
61.
a 1-4-1. Played so well to lead 4-1. The question was, could Xiao Guodong respond? And he has done. These are big moments for him. It's 11 years since he reached the Shanghai Masters final. The only other ranking final was the shootout. Obviously a very different form of
62.
snooker. That was 7 years ago. Just checking. And making sure that he's done the maths. The pink, he's 60 in front with 59 on. Barring snookers is in the final.
Yeah, he's there now. Well played, Xiao Guodong, because regardless of opposition or anything, and what I mean by that, you know, long inexperience, certainly at this level, but he played brilliantly to get 4-1 in front for at least for a couple of frames. And
69.
yeah, I'm sure he'll be back. He's still got a fight on his hands for his tour card, but he's had a good week this week, and he's well inside that top 64 for the end of season. He'll be back. And good to see what he's been made of. He's made a good fist of it. But in the end, the favourite for the match has come good just in the nick of time.
He's played a very good last frame as well. This is not stuttering over the line, is it? It's running through the tape.
76.
Just needed one chance to get it won. He can relax this evening, keep an eye on Judd Trump and Xiao, and get ready for the title match on Saturday with a chance for the first time to become a ranking event winner.
83.
Yeah, I think as well, this will stand him in good stead, the fact that he's had to produce from a position where it wasn't a lost cause, but he was certainly really struggling at 4-1 behind. But, you know, as I say, it'll stand him in good stead for what's to come tomorrow. He's had his tough match, he's had his difficult moments
91.
to get through this one. So have a nice evening off and look forward to a big day tomorrow.
It's not a century to finish, but it's as good as, isn't it? 91, first chance he got. He took it out. Fascinating match. It was Long Zehuang who got the lead at 4-1. He had back-to-back centuries, including the highest break, 1-4-1 of the tournament. He'll be disappointed he didn't press on from there, but credit to Xiao Guodong, who himself made 2 centuries. He won that very scrappy 9th frame, and the 91 in the final frame means he's into the final of the WUHAN Open, a winner by 6 frames to 4. And he doesn't have long to wait to see who he plays. 35 minutes it'll be till the next semi-final gets underway. Judd Trump and Xiao. I think right now he doesn't really care who it is. He's just happy to get through. This was the first meeting between them in a tournament, although of course they practiced together many times at Ding's Academy in Sheffield. That's the figure he wants to change there, the 2 figures, professional titles and world ranking titles. He would love to have a 1 there next to his name after play finishes tomorrow, and he's got the chance to do that. The only consolation really for Long is the £5,000 high break prize could well be his. He's broken that 6-way tie that included Xiao Guodong on the 139. 139 was the high break, but the 141 from Long is the new front runner. We'll see whether it's equalled or beaten in the last day and a half of this tournament. But as for now, we have got 35 minutes until our second semi-final, which promises to be
potentially a bit of a classic between Judd Trump, of course, the defending champion, the 29-time ranking event winner, and someone a lot of people feel will be winning tournaments very soon, Xiao, who lost to Trump in the German Masters final last season. Of course, semis in Riyadh, semis last year at the World Championship. I think everyone is looking forward to this one. And it's coming up for you, as I say, round about half an hour's time, 12:30 UK time.